Yeah, it'll fit that. Like,
Okay, we'll call the regular city council meeting to order at 5:30 PM on November 16th, 2021. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Jan Joplin.
Here.
Gary Mitchell,
Here.
Julie Jacobson,
Here.
Austin Degenhart,
Here.
James Connor,
Present.
Mayor Rhodes.
Here. Thank you. All present. First item is the work session. Texas Coalition for Affordable Power, TCAP, recognition of the city of Kennedale as a founding member. Leslie, want to introduce?
Mayor and council, we do have a representative here from TCAP. And to recognize the city of Kennedale as one of their founding members in celebration of their 20th anniversary, correct?
Yes. Sorry, this is my first city council.
Thank you.
Uh,
And your name, please?
My name is Omar Williams. I'm an administrative intern with TCAP.
Okay.
So first and foremost, thank you for having me here this evening. Mayor and City Council. My name is Omar Williams. I'm an administrative intern with TCAP, the Texas Coalition for Affordable Power. Margaret Summereve, who's our executive director, she was unable to attend this evening due to a family emergency and sends her regrets that she wasn't able to be here with us this evening. So to get started, 20 years ago, the city of Kennedale passed a resolution to join with other cities working together for the benefit of all. To form the city's aggregation power project. At the time, it was named CAP, to help the cities save money on their electric bills. Fast forward in city aggregation power project and the South Texas aggregation project merged to become TCAP in 2011 with the same purpose: find energy rates that saves its members money and in turn saves tax dollars. With 169 members, TCAP is the largest organization of its kind in Texas. As we celebrate our 20th year, we want to thank our founding members, those members that were there from the start and who have continued to be leaders in working together for savings. On behalf of the board of directors and myself, I want to present this to the city of Kennedale and thank you for your membership in the Texas Coalition for Affordable Power.
Thank you. Here, if you don't mind, please. And I usually do mention that as a reminder that members of the public may join in person or access a live feed, which we do have the live feed active. They're just not allowed for public comment. And whenever it comes time for speakers to come to the podium, they have the 3-minute time limit. And they just need to be sure to remember to state their name and adhere to the time limit. The next item is to discuss board and commission applications and potential rosters if needed or if desired. I believe yesterday, the council did meet and we conducted interviews for board and commission applicants. And I believe that there was one person that was not able to attend last night, and he did contact city staff. And he indicated he did want to still be considered. I think that he had the wrong date. He had tonight. And it was Mr. Leach, so you might want to keep that in mind whenever you're addressing that agenda item tonight. Okay? Do any other council members have any comments, or are you good with moving forward? Okay,
Moving forward.
you comfortable with that?
Let's go ahead and move forward.
Thank you. Okay, so item 3 then is to hold a discussion and consider offering staff direction regarding Texas Water Development Board, TWDB Flood Infrastructure Fund, grant application and funding sources for the Valley Lane Stream Bank Stabilization Project. Ms. Galloway?
The only change at this time, since the last time staff presented this to council, is that our financial advisors have recommended against funding the debt service, even on a 0% interest loan with the CO proceeds. So staff at this time is proposing that we cash fund that out of that CO issuance, the 1.7, that is our portion of that project. But of course, we understand if the council has other priorities for that money. I don't know, Joe, do you want to give details?
Mayor, council, Bill Walsh. I would like to try to take advantage of that 20% grant or grant, I guess it is. If it's possible, we've got infrastructure, we've got a sewer line under the roadway. So that's in jeopardy, and then also the potential of driving up cost of millions instead of the current. I think the current bid is cost of 0.2 million.
Mr. Walsh, could you please be sure that you're speaking? Yeah, thank you, because I think some of the people in the
Yes,
public
ma'am.
are having phone hearing. Yeah, thank
So-
you.
Yes, ma'am. But I think it would be, I don't think it'd be a good idea to ignore that roadway. It's in a, critical condition. And if we do have some funds available, I think the funds will actually cover the cost of engineering for that project. Move it forward. There's also the Trent Street portion, the option that could be up in the upwards of $700,000. So that could really impact later on down the road. That's my 2 cents. Anyone have any questions?
Okay, Councilmember Connor, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Councilmember Dagenhart?
I'm curious as to why the city's financial advisor recommended against utilizing a CO for this project.
Because it would be paying for debt with debt, even though it's a 0% interest loan.
So what other options do we have to fund this?
To cash fund the 1.7. One of the options we had was to take our portion out as a loan through TWDB, and we were going to pay the debt service through the CO issuance over a period of time. Instead, now we're proposing to cash fund it up front.
At the 0% interest.
Just, there wouldn't be, the TWDB loan would not occur.
Gotcha.
Okay, so one of the options was to, sorry, these microphones are picky. One of the options was to issue or to be issued a loan through TWDB for our portion, the 1.7, which was 0% interest, but we are now proposing instead, we will just cash fund our portion with the proceeds from the CO.
Well, there's,
Okay, thank you.
could you repeat that, please? I'm sorry. There we go. There we go.
So what effect do you expect this cash funding of this project to have on the taxpayers in Kennedale?
I think the funds are currently available. Yeah, being drawn from a pool
Yeah.
of, I believe, bond money.
Right.
I think if we procrastinate and wait, then it's going to drive the costs up. So I think it's a direct savings to the taxpayer by not waiting. And once again, it protects the infrastructure, not only the roadway, but the sewer line under the roadway and the potential for having to do additional work to build a street, a temporary street, the Trent connector from Business 287, the existing Trent Street.
So you don't expect it to lead to any increase in taxes as far as the residents?
I do not expect that, but I'm not really in that.
To be
position.
clear, this is coming out of the COs that were already issued with no change to the tax
Right.
rate. So,
And my concern is I just want to make sure that that's clear.
okay, yeah,
Since
no,
since we're saying it's
Yes.
cash funded,
yes,
that it's really still paid for.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Okay, Mr. Walsh, I got a question. What town did you come from? What city?
The city of Southlake,
South Lake? Okay, so it's a pretty big city over there. So
Yes, sir.
have you looked at this project?
I have.
Okay, so in your opinion, $2.1 million, $2.2 million, is that excessive or is that about right for a project like this?
It's a pretty extreme project. It's Gabion baskets is the recommendation, pretty labor intense. Access is going to be limited. It's going to be a lot of barricading costs, direct costs with that, access points, specialized equipment, things of that nature. So I don't think it's far off what market's asking for.
And I guess this would be to you, Leslie. Have we actually taken bids from contractors? Or is this just proposal? Is it just from Shields?
This is just the estimate from Shield.
Shields?
Yeah.
So it's possible that we can get this work done cheaper. I would think, less expensive, however you want to say it.
There is a possibility.
I don't mind taking it out of the CO, but we want to make sure that we have the money available when it comes time to do the project over there by Wildcat Way. What's the name of that road?
Colette Sublet?
Well, it's Sublet. I mean, that's a top priority with all those homes coming in over there for sure. And I don't remember what the number was on that, but that $6 million CO, that was, if I'm not mistaken, that was what we all thought was a lot of the money was going to go to do. And we've thought that this project was about 1.1 or 1.2 million. Now it's over 2 million. And that's not even considering putting in the sewer line and some other things. So it could be $3 million before it's over with. Am I looking at it right? Because the roadway is 600 and something thousand. The actual work done to secure it up is 2.1 million. So we're estimating, so we're getting close to 3, and then we should replace the sewer line at the same time that we're doing it. So now we're approaching 3 million, the way it looks to me.
Just to be clear, we only have to provide the match of 1.7 in order to take advantage of the $400,000 grant at this time. The other things could be delayed, even though they probably should
Yeah.
not.
I just don't want us to get in a trap of thinking it's going to cost one thing, and then when it's all said and done, it's another $1 million, and then we don't get to fix the other road that is in debt that we desperately have to do as well. So that's my opinion on that. Just my thoughts.
If I may. Wasn't Valley Lane just rated catastrophic failure?
Yes,
Colette Sublet, is it rated catastrophic failure?
it's not, but it will be when you turn loose 90 something houses.
This is true, but at the same time, I think that our immediate turn at this point in time would be to get Valley Lane done and worry about Colette Sublet. I understand that it is a high cost, yes. replacing sewer lines. I mean, I'm having to do with it right now. I mean, I've already talked to you several times. But I think a catastrophic failure would actually go above a road that, even though it's not at a catastrophic failure now, it could be in the future, in the near future, but this one is, I feel we need to get this one done.
No, it has to be done. I'm not in disagreement with that. I just want to make sure that we dot all of our i's and cross all of our t's before we
Yeah.
get too far into it.
And
That's all
instead
I'm
of-
saying.
and
It has
instead
to be
of-
done, and we need to
True.
do it as soon as possible because the costs just keep going up. So,
And instead of robbing from Peter and taking from Paul, you know, a cash issuance would, or cash would be the best way instead of having to pay a debt with a debt, which is why I didn't have any questions at the time I would have read it.
yeah,
But yeah, I do feel that Valley Lane does need to get done because it is a catastrophic failure as of we speaking right now.
Mayor
Okay.
Pro Tem?
So I just want to make sure that everyone understands, because I'm actually going back and forth trying to make sure that when we submitted to Tarrant County Transportation for the bond program, we submitted this project, the stabilization of Valley Lane. And it was submitted at a preliminary estimate of 1.8 million. The project was designed, and this is including the stream bank failure, which, and then it talks about the reliability of existing road infrastructure, improve safety to the traveling public. And hopefully we'll still be able to get some funds from
there is that
Tarrant County
chance.
Commissioner. Do we have any idea when we might know about that? Has there been any follow-up to the commissioner?
I have not followed up with her and I have not heard anything back from her. I guess it is a good point to point out that there is a difference between the amount being presented now versus the amount that was in that. TWDB requires a 20% contingency be added. So we have
That's
added
what
in
that
that
is.
20% to say we have this funding if this project goes over.
Okay, but the 1.8, and thank you for that. The 1.8 was just, I guess I was thinking that this was for the roadway too.
No, it's just the stabilization.
Just, so this to them was just the stabilization.
Yes.
Well, Gotcha. Okay. It's a lot for that, isn't it? 2 million. 100% it has to be done. I think it's been on the project list. I think Valley Lane's probably been on our project list as far back as I can remember. I don't even know how far back it goes. It's been in an emergency as far back as I can remember. So we have to move forward with getting, in your opinion, once that is stabilized, will that stabilize then the road? Because that's why we're doing this, is to stabilize the road, right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. And it's also to protect the embankment,
Right,
keep it from further erosion.
right. Will, do we need to do that simultaneously when that Gabion wall is being done? Does any of the infrastructure work need to be done, or will it have to be redone? Have you thought that through as far as the sewer, the water lines that are going to be replaced, whatever's going to be done to the road? Is that going to affect the Gabion that's going to be built?
Honestly, I'm not sure of the condition of the sewer line. I would like to get it cambered, see what the age of it is. Have a better answer for you.
Well, I agree, whatever we can do and whatever makes the most sense financially, that's what we do, that we move forward with this. I guess I was, and again, not being a finance person, but when the offer for the 0% came in, I assumed that was a separate loan, not that the CO would not be paying for that it would be a different loan. It's like a tax note.
But we have to have something budgeted to service that debt And so the only option we really have for that with available funds is a CO or remaining funds from a tax note or something. like
Gotcha, I
that.
see.
So
Okay, thank you.
because we didn't include it in the budget,
Okay,
we have fewer options. So.
okay. All right, that makes sense.
And to speak to Councilmember Mitchell's concern about Collet Sublet, if you look back at what was submitted to the county, that preliminary estimated project cost was about 2.2 million. We expect to have about 2.1 million after this project is complete. So, you
Good.
know, under council's direction, we could complete the vast majority of that through that CO funding.
Can we reach out to Commissioner Allen as well, to her office, and just let her know that,
And
you know,
that's-
this is a project that we are going to be moved forward with, and see if we can get an answer from her office?
Yes, and that's something I'll work with the mayor on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So does staff have their direction?
My understanding that we're comfortable moving forward, cash funding this project through the CO that we've already issued. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Council Mayor.
Okay, and council will be going into executive session twice during the meeting tonight. So at this time, we're going to go into executive session at 5:52 PM pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074. Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene into open session at 7:44 PM. And now we will rise for the invocation given by Councilmember Mitchell and then the pledges given by Councilmember Degenhart.
Bow your heads, please. Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come before you today, Lord. And to make these tough decisions, Father, we know that you're always with us. You said you'll never leave us nor forsake us. So we know you're here in our presence today, Lord. So Father, you know the beginning to the end. So Father, as we seek your guidance and your wisdom and your understanding, Father, we know that you're here. Father, we know that you'll help us to make these decisions that need to be made. Father, we ask you to watch over this city. We call forth blessings upon them. We ask you to watch over our first responders, our citizens, the mayor, the council, and each one that can hear my voice tonight, Father. We call special blessings upon them because they're participating in this meeting, Father. Let it be known that we're here for them. And Father, we thank you for the opportunity to speak your words tonight, Father. Guide us and give us the direction that we need for the city to go forth. And we thank you for it in the precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, thank you. Now we will go into visitor and citizen forum. Just a reminder, all of the speaker sheets should have been turned in already to Rosie. Thank you. As you approach the podium, please state your name and address for the record. And if staff could assist and make sure that the mic is on at the podium. And a reminder that you have 3 minutes. Rosie, do you have that time? Thank you. First person is Sarah Johnson.
Hi, my name is Sarah Johnson, but I'm representing New Senior Outreach tonight at 209 West 3rd Street. I just want a reminder that if you we're going to bring a turkey, we need it by 10 a.m. in the morning. That's when we start giving the turkeys away. We're short like 30 right now, even with me buying stuff with the donations. So we need those in tomorrow if possible. I also want to thank I didn't put it on the sheet, but I wanted to thank all the ones who donated, who supported us, the churches that responded, and especially for Brother Gary. I couldn't do it without him for sure. And for Jan and the ones who supported us. I also want to, I didn't put it on the sheet, but I want to thank the fire department because my daughter had a seizure about 2 weeks ago and they came to her rescue and she was not herself. And so one of the ones recognized her and knew her and helped her become calm. And by the time she got to the hospital, she was herself again. So they've done it. I praise our fire department. It's way up there more than others. I don't remember what I wrote on there, but we just need to make sure the turkeys are in tomorrow, if y'all don't mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Next person is Rocky Gilly.
I signed up for 2 different items and I think I can squeeze those both into 3 minutes.
Thank you.
First off, I was nominated by some neighboring cities to be in the selection process for the Tarrant County Appraisal District Director. Believe it or not, my sparkling personality fell up a little bit short and I have no path to victory. So I'm here tonight to ask humbly that you consider Mr. Gary Lasada for your 5 votes for Director of Tarrant County Appraisal District. Mr. Lasada, I've met him, worked with him. He's helped me a lot, taught me a lot. Is currently a member, has been a member of the board for 2 years. He served on the ARB for a decade. And he was also selected for the Kennedale ISD 2 years ago. So he knows the community, and I think he can be someone that will look out for the interest of the taxpayers and the taxing entities of Kennedale. Lastly, I would like to ask a question, and I know according to the Open Meetings Act, factual questions can be answered, but I would like an update on the Safe Route to School program that's sort of been a hanging fire in Kennedale for 5 or 6 years. I know that in 2018, we issued a tax note somewhere around $180,000 for our matching part. I know it's been turned down a number of times. I was here in August, I believe, of 2021, and Shield Engineering told us it was a sure thing. So I think the citizens deserve an update on where that's at. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I can make a note of that for an update. And then the next person, Rasul McLeany, 7918 Mansfield Highway. Okay, and it says for a case PZ 2114. Okay. Please come up and state your name and address for the record and reminder for 3 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Nemat, and my partner and I are trying to develop a piece of property that's on corner of Mansfield, Cardinal, and Eden Road. And due to its shape of that triangular shape, we requested to implement R4 as well as R3 in that. And that idea was supported with P&Z and also the council, the last meeting we had, they also approved it, but the city council rejected it. The information that was given to the city council was incorrect at the time because the property is 2.71 acre and not 1.4 acre. I think that was some argument over that. How can you get 10 lots out of only 1.4 acre, which is reasonable as far as being questioned about it. But when you have 2.7 acre, it's not unreasonable. So this is kind of problem for me that when we request something, the information has to be correctly given to you, and then you make the decision. I have a presentation that I can give you, takes less than 2 minutes to give it to you. And then if you still decide to reject it, that's fine too. It's not important, but you know, to me, assuming that, for example, you know, an officer brings somebody in and tells the judge that this guy has 2.5 ounces of marijuana on him. And based on the laws, if you got more than 1.5 marijuanas, then you have to be in jail for 180 days and $2,000 fine. He puts him in jail. But a few days later, if the judge finds out that the officer had exaggerated and only had 1 ounce on him, you think they would stick to that decision? And this is what I received from Ms. Galloway, the city manager, that the decision has already been made, and that's final. And if you think the same way, that's up to you. But I think if judge has decided to keep that gentleman in the jail because it only had 1 acre, stick to his decision, I would say that's a lawsuit in the making for anybody. So I hope you guys consider us to give you the presentation, let you know what the facts are on this property and be able to let you decide for yourself. That's all I have to say. And I have my partner with me, and I also have representative, actually the builder is with me as well if you have any question, and they'll be glad to answer any question you may have.
Okay, thank you. And did either of you want to speak because you filled out a form as well? Okay. Okay.
Done.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name and reminder you have 3 minutes.
My name is Armand. My father has been in Kennedale for 20 years. Growing up, he would run his junkyard, and between customers, he would tutor me with my spelling test. So it is pretty fairly obvious that we are Kennedale locals. We know the city better than most of you guys. We come to the city. We know what these roads can handle. We know that these schools can't have an influx of more than 300 We're not a big company. With the zoning change, we're only asking for maybe 3 extra homes. 3 extra homes on East Kennedale Road will not create an influx of traffic. Believe me, we don't want traffic more than you guys. Because while you guys leave Kennedale to go to work, we're on these roads and we have to deal with it. As local builders, personally, take pride in this city, and we don't want to build something that we're not going to be proud of. This neighborhood is going to be named after my father. He is so confident in this, he's putting his name on it. And when the construction is done, we're not like home builders. We're not going to leave. We've been here 20 years and we're going to stay here for another 20 years. So I want you guys to take that into consideration when possibly want to discuss it. Because we're not here to make $1 million and leave. We want to build something that we're proud of and possibly live in.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rasul Aglani. I emailed you, every single one of you, and I was hoping to get some answer feedback back, but I got from 2 of the gentlemen, which one of them responded with some wrong answers. The way I got it, they didn't want to have expensive homes or rich people here and all that. I just want to let you know, I came to this country with $0 in my account. And I went to school here to UT Arlington, made myself in Kennedale. When I came in 22 years ago, I love this town. I didn't want to spend my money somewhere else. I can go to Mansfield, to Arlington, to Fort Worth, to every other places. I've got 3 junkyards on this road. I got 2 businesses that I already bought these lands, empty land, and I made them into something that is usable, useful for the neighborhood. I love this town. I wanted to spend my money here. They were telling me that people that live here, they spend their money, but let me tell you this, I pull people here. I bring them here to spend money here. I want to make this town look a little different than just these empty lots. If you go down back and forth, you see all these lots with all these old trees sitting over here that no one has looked at. Someone like me, we should appreciate that wants to spend the money here, to improve it here, to cooperate with you guys, to ask you how we want to do it. But then we gotta be something that we can afford. Now, to build this road, this town, this little land has been here for longest time, is right behind my junkyard nationwide. I've been seeing it. It's been a place that nobody wants to touch it. Now, someone like me, that is just because it's right next to me, 22 years I've been in Nationwide, is here to improve it, to make it look better, to be proud on it. And as my son said, I'm putting my name on it, like my signature on it, because I'm proud of this town. I made my money in this town. I didn't make it in California or somewhere else. And let me be part of development of this town. Kennedale, I love it. I want to improve it. And if you guys, I'm not here for the money of it. The money, if I want to make money of it, I can go somewhere else, start making these little things. But I see a lot of empty lots that has been sitting like this, especially like what I'm doing as 714 East Kennedale Parkway. You can ask my neighbors. There used to be snakes and all different kind of animals there. They're happy that I'm there, that I took all that junk, trash and stuff out, and I'm making something not nice out of it. So please let someone like me, don't run us off out of this town. We're here in Kennedale, a small town. I can show myself, I can improve it and go to the next lot and cooperate. But by just coming and saying for wrong additions, they come and say, you want to make 2.5 million. No, if I want to make just money, I'll make another junkyard. I have it, I can expand it, I can do something different. But we're here trying to give this town a little facelift, make it look nice. Why shall we be less than Mansfield or less than Frisco, less than, any other places? Kennedale is a nice town. We can make it look good. And to have some richer or people coming in is actually better, because why should I, if my grandfather was poor, why should I be poor?
Sir,
I
that's
want to-
the 3 minutes. I'm
Yes, okay.
sorry.
I
Thank
just
you.
want to make sure, please, that we all improve.
Okay.
Just like I came from a country
Let's
with no
move
money in
on,
my
please,
pocket.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that is just visitor comments and we can't discuss that item. Okay, so you would need to get with staff again. I know that it went before the P and Z first and then it goes to council, and the same information was presented at both. And it was only questioned after the council had made their decision. So let's go on to the next item. Let me make sure this one is for, okay, this one is for an agenda item, so we'll wait for it. It's a public hearing item. Okay, reports and announcements, updates from the city council. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Joplin.
Hello,
Mm.
hello? Can you hear me now? Yesterday, we interviewed several new applicants for board positions, and that was good. If you're still interested or you missed, go ahead and apply, and we'll get those interviews in as we can. Bring It was this past weekend. It was really successful. I think it'll even be more successful next time. I hope we do it every year. A lot of citizens took advantage of it. Just to remind you, and for all those online, what it is anything that you want to recycle or shred, you can bring it. And that's why it's called Bring It. So be thinking about that as you're, like me, shoving a computer underneath something and it's been there 10 years, this is a chance, or an old computer or batteries or bulbs or insecticides, oils, gas, whatever. This is a paint. It's a time for you to get rid of it out of your house. Trunk or Treat was amazing. I mean, amazing. Thank you to everyone. I couldn't believe how many people showed up for Trunk or Treat. It was a huge success. I think Sylvia, Leslie, Rosie, everyone that was involved in that, thank you so much. It was hugely successful. Our mayor did a great job at the chamber luncheon, given the state of the city update 2 or 3 weeks ago. And there'll be a chamber meeting tomorrow. Betsy Price is going to be speaking if anyone is interested, from 11:30 to 1 at the chamber event at Lifeway Fellowship Church. And if you would allow me, on a very personal note, I just want to brag just a minute. My son-in-law is the football head coach in Tucson at the University of Arizona. He inherited a team with a long losing streak that I was very thankful to get to be in attendance when the record was broken on November the 6th. And it takes a while to turn things around, but with new management, it's starting to turn around. I'm really proud of him and his staff and my beautiful daughter and granddaughters. And I just want to brag about them a little bit. I don't get to do that very much here anyway. But I was gone for a week doing that. But I just want to, as a last note, thanks to all the citizens for getting involved and to help make our community the best it can be, because that's what it's going to take, is everyone getting involved and working together. And that's what we want to do. And I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I've been spending a little extra time over at the senior citizens building with the seniors, and I just want to give a shout out to staff on an excellent job, how they've been doing such a wonderful job with our seniors, and the time and effort that they've put into it. And it's just been really encouraging to know that we have such a wonderful staff that really cares. And just like Sarah was talking about the paramedics, we have just wonderful staff. So we just want to give a shout out to all you guys. Thank y'all so much.
Councilmember Jacobson. Councilmember Degenhart
I don't have any updates at this time.
and Councilmember Connor.
I too was at Trunk or Treat and also Bring It, where I volunteered with Miss Lori, who is our vice chair of KKB. Wonderful event. Got to sign some people up to receive our newsletter, or their newsletter, should I say. Saw a lot of our citizens out there, so I felt that it was also very successful. Trunk or Treat was a huge success, actually. I was out there as well. Just like to thank all the sponsors who put that on, and all our retail businesses like that came out, all of our police officers, first responders, who showed up and, took pictures with the kids and little costumes and stuff like that. It was amazing. I actually liked it. It was actually my first trunk or treat event ever. 41, sorry to say. I usually go trick or treating down the street like any other kid with a pillowcase, with a mask on my face. Yes, I'm 41. Yes, I still trick or treat. Sorry. But I thought the events were great. That's really all I got.
And then, of course, the Public Safety Open House that was held on October the 23rd, that was a very big success too. And thanks staff and everyone involved that put that on as well. And I didn't get to go to the trunk or treat, but I heard that it was really good as well as the KKB, the Bring It. And appreciate all of, everybody working on that as well. And also, I did not get to attend, but I will recognize that the chili supper auction was held, and I hope that turned out profitable very well. Okay. Oh, wow. That's awesome. Very good. And then also the quarter auction fundraiser that benefited the police department. I have not heard a total yet. Wow. Somebody had fun rolling quarters, I guess. That is really great. Good. Good deal. And then, of course, last Thursday was Veterans Day, and just want to have a shout out to all of our veterans. Just humbly thankful for everything that they have done for us, our country. And then I guess lastly is the tree lighting is on December the 7th, Tuesday. So come and see Santa and the tree lighting. And that's all I have. We'll go to Miss Leslie, interim city manager.
I have just a couple of quick ones before I do my introductions. Lakita's she wasn't able to be here tonight. So if anyone has any questions about the financials or anything else, if you'll just send those via email, we'll respond. And I too would like to take a minute to thank Rosie and the library staff, Laura and Kelly specifically, for all that they've done at the senior center. They've done an excellent job welcoming those members back to that facility. And then Sylvia Castro for planning the trunk or treat event this year. She was completely in charge of that and did it flawlessly. So a huge thank you to our police department on that. And then Lori Stevenson for planning the tree lighting for me, which again is December 7th. So the only other thing that I have is excellent news. We have 2 new directors to introduce this evening. They each come to us with more than 18 years of municipal experience, which the city's already greatly benefiting from. Caroline Green, if you wouldn't mind, is our new Caroline joined our team in early October. She's our new HR director, and she's previously worked in Irving and Forest Hill. And, I'm enjoying my new office mate. So, so thank you to Caroline. And then also Joe Walsh, who you all met earlier tonight. And Joe has more than 20 years, almost 20 years experience in cities, and then another decade with the county, if I remember correctly, right? So we are very excited to have Joe and Caroline on board. And I'd like to also thank our directors for all the time they've spent helping to interview and ensure that we rebuild this team appropriately. So thank you all.
Thank you. And as Leslie mentioned on the finance reports, which is the next item down, if you have any questions on that, if you could just send an email to Lakita, and we can just move on then to consent agenda. I'm going to ask if anyone has an item they wish to pull from the consent agenda.
Mayor, I did make that one change to the minutes that just noted what section
Okay,
that you all recessed to executive for the second time on the October
October 19th
19th.
minutes.
Yes.
That would have been on page 8, I think. So I'd like to open the floor just for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mitchell, second by Jacobson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor. Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and move the public hearing items up. That way, Chance can go ahead and present to us, and then he doesn't have to stay around. We have 2 public hearing items that were tabled from the last meeting. So if you look on your agenda, it's number F1, case number PZ 21-15. It's to continue a public hearing and consider adoption of an ordinance regarding a request by FC Designs for a rezoning from R3 to TH, which is townhome, for about 0.35 of an acre located at 6800 Oak Crest Drive. We'll do this one first, and this is a continuation, like I said, of the public hearing. It's 8:10 p.m. And Chance, would you like to just kind of update? And then I know we have some people, or at least one that signed up to speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just kind of an update. I believe the applicant has spoke or tried to reach out to the individual that lives in between the 2 lots.
Yes.
So I guess that's what we'll be speaking on. That's the only update I've had. I haven't had any contact with them since this, so
Okay.
I was going to open it up to them. Would y'all like me to go back over the case? Y'all,
I
mean,
think
I
we're
think everybody-
comfortable. This is, like I said, just a continuation.
Okay.
So did you have a question? Go ahead.
I just want a clarification. Is this within the comp plan or no? The land use?
The typical land use, no, it is not. It was not. It was in the future land use plan has it as an employment center right now. And the reason why staff proceeded to approve it or recommend approval was that potential of the future transit station. You want that high density type of, land use patterns adjacent to that type. And there's also that neighborhood village to the south that was approved a while back. So in that, the employment center along with the neighborhood village, you look in your comp plan, they do recommend a high type of residential, high density type of residential. So in essence, no, it does not follow the future land use plan, but I think it would be a suitable land use pattern for that area.
Thank you.
Okay. And then you said that the developer did speak with the resident. that
The
lives-
applicant is here. I don't know. I know
Okay.
I've received an email asking of
Okay.
what, but I haven't heard anything from the applicant since then. So that'd be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we know if the sewer and water is to this property, either one of these properties? Does it come down that far or no?
Yes, sir. It's existing residential lot, so it does have sewer and utilities.
Both of them do, because I know that right on down from that, we approved the 6 tiny houses and it didn't, and according to Melissa at that time, the sewer and I don't think the water either one went, I know the sewer didn't for sure go all the way down. So I was just wondering if we were gonna be out any amount of money to allow these to go forward.
Oh, no, sir. They're
to-
existing residential lots that have been vacant. The 6800 has been vacant since 2009. And the other lot has been vacant since, I believe, 2012.
But we know there is sewer there, and in other words, they're not on septic systems or something to that effect. That's what I'm getting at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question for Chance? Okay, thank you. And then we're going to go ahead and call up FC Designs, the applicant. You could just please come forth and kind of update council on your interaction with the tenant or the resident that lives in between the 2 lots that.
Yeah, my
hoping
name
to
is
develop.
Federico Canora with FC Designs, 390 Saucon Wall, Dallas, Texas 75203. The only item that we had from the previous meeting was making sure maybe go and talk to the person that lives right in between both of these lots. The owner of the lots is here too, Michael Guerrero. He went, knocked, was able to talk to Miguelina is the lady that lives there. He mentioned that, we were trying to do duplexes on both sides and that, there was gonna be a meeting. She said that she had gotten the previous letter, that she didn't have anything against it, and that's why she didn't come to the city council meeting. Other than that, she mentioned that she used to live on the lot that was on the left side, and then that one burned down. She bought the lot in between both of those. That's where she's been living for the past 15 years or so. I believe that even my client decided, like, asked her if she was willing to sell the lot. She said that no, that she was gonna stay and live there, but she had no objection of what was happening on either one of the lots. Other than that, that's all we had
Okay.
from previous.
Council have any comments?
Just a small comment. Thank you for reaching out to the owner of that middle lot. I do appreciate it, because we didn't know anything about that, of whether or not that resident was in favor or not.
Mhm.
One thing that I would, that's still kind of eating at me is that it's not within the future land use. I like the design. I really do. I wish it was in a different part of the city, to be quite honest with you. We've had townhomes, or, sorry, these are actually going to be duplexes, not townhomes, but it fits in the townhome code. We have townhomes already, or sorry, duplexes already. They were great when they were first built. They looked amazing. They've been run down now for quite a number of years. I'm very concerned that this is going to happen here as well. I guess that's what I would think. But with the zoning, I feel that if it's not in the future land use, like I said, I love the concept. I just wish it was in a different part.
To clarify, the future use is under employment center, and multifamily is one of the categories that will be approved under employment center. If we were to zone straight into multifamily, I mean, to generate that future use, you're gonna end up with apartment complexes right next to houses. I guess like the townhome one will be like a first step towards higher density without having to go into such a higher density like a multifamily will be, if that was to actually go with the future land use, if it makes sense.
But on
So-
on a contrast to that, I'm sorry for interrupting, but on a contrast, moving townhomes or, even duplexes into that area is a step forward into getting those apartments. And trust me, it's the last thing that I want. I can't speak for the rest of the council or community, but
Okay.
that's the only comment that I.
No, I wanted to just make sure that multifamily was one of the future.
Of
land
course.
uses.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Gary?
So I wasn't here at the last meeting, and all I have is this drawing. So it shows that on Oak Crest Drive that you're gonna have it says new street. So I guess people are gonna come in from Oak Crest Drive and they're gonna come in, but it shows a place for 9 parking spaces, okay?
Yes, sir.
How many residents, how many actual people would be residing here? So in other words, is it in each building, how many people are gonna live there? I mean, I'm not, so in other words, it could be 2 people in each one, right? So what's the estimate of how many people there would be? In other words, is 9 parking places enough for these
9
2
Parking
buildings?
spaces is what's required by code based on the square footage and on the rooms, the amount of rooms that we have. So that is by code, if that answers the question. How many people are gonna live there? I mean, it's a 3-bedroom house, so I wouldn't know adults wise, if there's gonna be 3 people.
Well, I guess
Adults.
I didn't ask the question right. So I was told
Mhm.
that they were like 3-story. Is this the ones that's 3-story?
These are
2
2
stories?
stories. 2 stories.
2-story? So,
Yes, sir.
so let's just say one person lived in each one. So how many units are there? Let's get
4
rid of the
units.
people. 4?
Yes.
So you got 9 places for 4 units.
Mhm.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I believe when I was doing the calculation, it was something like 2 and a fifth of a spot per unit or something like that.
Okay.
So that extra one actually falls under the category of having the minimum parking lot requirement.
Okay.
Because the fraction needs to be added into the next.
Well, I
space.
want to tell you this, I'm excited about it, and I'll tell you why, because I've been associated with that neighborhood for 50 years. And I haven't seen anything down there in 50 years, you know what I'm saying? So I'm excited about this. I'm like James, I just don't want it to turn into something that's already there. We want to, we need to start, we need to build that neighborhood with something exciting. And if you will do the right thing and make this into that project where it's a stepping stone to the next project, we'd be excited to have you in Kennedale. What we don't want is the same thing, come in, build it, leave, and it turned into shambles. That's what we don't want in Kennedale.
To be honest, we went to townhome zoning because we figured that going for something of higher density may look odd in the neighborhood as it is right
Right,
now. Though
right.
I understand that, for future use, but you have to start bringing people into that neighborhood before
Exactly,
you can
yeah.
get the higher density stuff.
Well,
happening.
I'm glad you chose Kennedale. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much.
And there is water and sewer. It stops right at 6,800. We talked to the engineer from the city of Kennedale to make sure there's a. Yep, both of them.
Okay, it is a public hearing item, so anyone else wish to speak on this public hearing item? Okay, hearing none, it's 8:21 PM, so I will close that public hearing and open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve PZ case 2115.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, I'll open the floor then for a full vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, motion approved 4-1 vote. Councilmember Connor against. Okay, let's go to the next case, is case number PZ 21-16. This is a continued public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance regarding a request by FC Designs. It's basically a lot that's 2 over, and the address is at 6808 Oak Crest. Basically the same information. Okay, and same. Does council have any other questions? Okay, then anyone in the audience wishing to speak on the public hearing item? Hearing none, this public hearing has closed at 8:22 PM. And I will open the floor for a motion for this item.
I'll make a motion to approve PZ case 2116.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those against, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion approved. 4-1 vote. Connor against. Thank you.
Thank you, Chance.
And now we'll go back up on the agenda to item E, items for individual consideration. The first item is to consider authorizing the president or executive director of the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, to negotiate, finalize, and execute a deed of trust in favor of Valiance Bank for property within Town Center. Interim City Manager.
Drew, do you want to handle this one? The Town Center.
Sure. Mayor, Council, this is a request to authorize really the approval of a deed of trust lien, a deed of trust agreement between the EDC and Valiance Bank. This deed of trust would put a deed of trust lien on lots 5, 6, and 7 of Town Center. So I can let Craig.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Craig Hughes. I'm with Hughes Commercial Real Estate Development, 6208 Blaine Drive, Plano, Texas. I'm also a minority partner in Kennedale Development Partners, which is the owner and developer of Kennedale Town Center. What I'd like to do is maybe just give a real brief background on kind of how this development agreement came about and how our participation came about within Kennedale Town Center. Back in 2008, 2009, economic activity was happening in Mansfield, Arlington, and Fort Worth, and was bypassing Kennedale. This nice new city hall, the police department was all built next to an old tired retail center. The city leaders at that point wanted to redevelop Kennedale Town Center. So they went out and sought a developer that would partner with the Kennedale EDC to redevelop this. Somebody that was willing to come in and spend, several $1 million in partnership with the KEDC. They went out and found a developer out of Austin, David Johnson. That was around about 2009-ish. Entered into a development agreement, providing certain incentives to induce him to come in and invest millions of dollars to build buildings. So that agreement was entered into 2010. In the next 5 years, he built exactly one building. Building 5 is the subway building. We came in, he was struggling, wanted out, so we came in and bought Building 5 from him and had the development agreement assigned to us. So didn't change the development agreement, we just took over where he left off. So the building that we bought, Building 5, was 100% leased. It had Subway in there, which is the only tenant that's left. Ace Cash Express, who left within about a year after we bought it. There was a hair salon that there was several months behind rent. They didn't make it. There was Town Center, dry cleaners. They didn't make it. And there was Community Med, urgent care. It was their 6th location. They couldn't get enough business. They shut down with 2 years left on their lease. Fortunately, they paid the lease off, but they just shut down. It was just, a bad business decision for them. So the first thing we did, Building 5, is we went and released it. We've since put in, obviously, Subway's on our anchor. We came in with Farmers Insurance. We came in with a very successful Monica's Nail Salon. We've got the Kennedale Orthodontics. And so we've, re-tenanted that. So the second thing we did is we focused on the building that you all own, Building 1, which is the Dollar General building. When we came in, Dollar General was in there, and the rest of that whole building, 75% of that building had been vacant for 7 years. There's a couple of little temporary tenants in there, the Montgomery, the soap people. So first thing we did, obviously, is lease that up. We got it 100% leased, obviously, with the antique shop, the multi-billion-dollar CES, the electrical supply people, and we had the VFit guys. Obviously, the VFit guy got way behind in his rent, so we had to finally terminate him and put in E-Tron, which is going to generate, I don't know, $100,000 or so a year in property taxes, sales tax, excuse me. The second thing we did, the third thing we did, was we built Building 7. That's the Dickey's Barbecue and Chicken Express. We got that building 100% leased. We had 2 tenants that didn't make it. Obviously, the Kennedale Bar and Grill struggled, couldn't make it. And then we had a little banquet room that was an offshoot off of Dickey's. They thought they were going to have bigger parties, and that didn't make it. So fortunately, we replaced those 2 tenants with Bravo Eats and the hair salon, Emery Grace Salon. Both of those tenants, fortunately, are busting at the seams. So what we've then focused on is our long vacant empty building 6. Obviously the thorn in all of our sides. Fortunately, we've signed 2 leases now. Provided this goes through and we get our loan, which could close as quick as tomorrow. We're going to finish out. We're going to spend about $450,000 to $500,000 with these loan proceeds that we're hoping to get tomorrow to finish out in 4 suites. And we've got 2 of them leased, so we're now 50%, 51% leased. Hopefully with 2 spec spaces. You build it, they will come kind of concepts. We've lost some deals where we say if you come in, we can finish this out. It's going to take 45 days. And these smaller tenants just don't have the time, or they just don't seem to want to wait or have the vision that this could be something that they could enjoy. So we're going to finish those 2 suites out as a spec suite, and we're confident that that's going to, with this getting over the pandemic, that's another thing that we've had to struggle with the last almost 2 years. Pandemic killed retail. Fortunately, we didn't lose any tenants to the pandemic, but we also didn't see much activity and for new tenants. So Liberty Capital Bank has been our bank since the beginning. So the deed of trust that we're looking to get was the same one that David Johnson did in 2010. It's the same one that you all granted us when we bought Building 5. It's the same one that y'all granted when we built Building 6 and 7. That loan is coming due. Liberty Capital Bank has a maximum lending limit of $5 million. So any additional finish out, or when we try to finish out these other 3 pad sites, they're not going to be able to lend any more money. We've hit that max. So we found Valiance Bank. They're willing to refinance the loan. We've got an extra $400,000 in holdback money, which is that we're going to use to finish out Building 6. We're going to have to kick in another $100,000 out of our own money to accomplish that. And then they also have an appetite if we get a build to suit for one of the 3 remaining pad sites, they're willing to finance that. So, we're, asking that you grant us the same deed of trust that's been granted multiple times. We're not asking to deviate from it at all.
Okay. Do you have anything to add? Okay.
Is there any questions?
Does council have any questions for Mr. Hughes?
And I would like to say, one of the reasons that we came in is obviously the development agreement, which obviously promised to within reason, within certain limits, to provide a deed of trust so that we can get financing. Without a deed of trust on the ground lease, it's difficult or impossible to get financing. So that's a key inducement that was part of our agreement. So hopefully that continues, that both sides live up to that agreement.
Okay. Anyone? Councilmember Connor?
Hi, Mr. Hughes. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Great. I'm having a little bit of trouble wanting to even do this. One of the reasons is let's go back to E-Tron. You said it's $100,000 in sales tax. That's excellent. That's wonderful. Why is it not open to the public like you said it was going to be when you stood there and asked us for money from the EDC?
His plan was to open. That's what he advised us when we did the lease.
Did you know that he declined an interview from our very own Kennedale News?
I did not.
Oh, I do.
He's gone in and spent quite a bit of money building an area for public.
Mhm.
I'm just not sure why that's not occurred yet.
I don't know why it hasn't occurred yet either, but the one thing that I'm having an issue with this is because you said that, or they told you that this was going to happen. What if, these 2 new leases or 51% leases, what if they drop out? I mean, you've gone on record saying that these buildings are hard to lease out. Is that correct?
It's been a challenge, yes, sir.
Besides the pandemic, what has been the challenge?
Well, as we mentioned last night in the board meeting, we hired one of the best, supposedly the top retail broker firm in the Tarrant County, Robert Lynn, NAI Robert Lynn. We hired the best, one of the top teams of that. It was highly recommended. they had the assignment to lease these buildings for 2 years, then produce one lease. Now, granted, part of that overlapped with the pandemic. But, you know, we've had that building up around 3.5 years, I believe, the building 6.
I think it's been around 5, but you're correct. You're somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah.
No, it's not been, we started in 2017. I think we finished it in 2018. So 3 years. But
Somewhere in that
3.5,
ballpark.
3.5.
My thing is that I don't like being told one thing and then getting another. I don't like being told that, you know, from a owner standpoint, they told you something and then you told us, we gave you the money for the EDC to go ahead and pull down a sign, put in cartwheels or put in that ramp. And now you're coming to us asking for a deed of trust for in favor of Valiant's loan for a property within town center. What's to say that, you know, they don't, you know, finance another pad site? What if there is, you know, what if they don't have the other 2 leases come in? I mean, there's a lot of what ifs here. And I don't like what ifs. I like certainty. If it's going to be done, yes, I will rubber stamp that with my name because my name means everything to me. However, I don't like uncertainty. So if they say they're going to do something, you said they could. I don't like they could. I want they will.
So we've got 2 signed leases, one of which is the Emery Gray Salon. Michelle Holderman started out as a single, you know, a one-person show. She's now up to 6, I think, ladies. She's busted at the seams. She's the one that signed the lease that's going to go into the new building. We've got a binding lease with her.
Great. And like I said, that's wonderful. I like to hear that people are, you know, leasing out these buildings because then that helps us.
Right.
You know, that helps, you know, sales tax, that helps with, you know, that helps us. So we can actually have somewhere to go in town to, you know, do whatever we want. Like I said, I'm just having a hard time believing this because like I said, I like certainty. I don't like they could or they should or, you know, they might. Those are leading words that I can't back up to someone who might come to me and say, hey, I thought they were going to put another building in over here. It's still grass. You see where I'm at on that? I'm having a hard time swallowing this one.
Well, what I can say is, talking to the president of Valiance Bank this morning, she said, if, you know, obviously if we get your favor here, that we're going to close the loan either tomorrow or Thursday at the latest.
Okay.
That's going to provide immediately the $400,000 that we're going to use to get building 6 in shape and leased. Leased. I mean, that's a fact.
And like, I like facts. I like that.
And again, the second fact is we've got 2 leases. That's going to take half the building.
Yeah, and that's great as well.
We are, we're in process with the permit. We've got a general contractor that's given us a bid. I think you all had that or supplied that. We're ready to go.
How many deeds of trust has the city given you over time?
It's the same one that's just been renewed, I guess, hasn't it?
True.
I'm not sure how many total, but there are deed of trust. There's a deed of trust lien over lots 5, 6, and 7. I know one was done in 2015. I know one was done in 2016. There may have been one done on lot 5 prior to that.
So we're talking at least 3, maybe?
Yeah, it's the same lots that would be covered by this potential deed of trust. Those same lots are currently encumbered by an existing lien now.
So there's an existing lien, plus there's also a deed of trust. We've done 3, and yeah. Go ahead.
There's a deed of trust in favor of the current lender, Liberty.
Liberty, okay.
On 3 lots, the 3 building lots.
Okay.
That lien's going to go away, obviously, and then a new lien, same lien, is in favor of the new bank, the new financing bank.
Okay.
But it's not.
The prior liens would be released if if this were to go through, they get the loan proceeds, I assume use portion of that to pay off existing debt.
Yes.
And so
Yeah,
they would file a release of their current deed of trust that's on record now. And then we just have this one.
I don't know very much about property, can you tell? But like I said, I like certainty. And if I know there's been 3 in the past, plus there's a lien, even though they're going to release it and so it's going to go on, I'm having a hard time swallowing this, that those other 2 pad sites are going to get, built. I'm a little bit lenient on the other 2 getting leased out, as you've already said, and you've admitted to that these are kind of hard to get leased. So it's going to take me a second to kind of process this. So if anyone else has a question, please go ahead. I'm done.
If I could say one additional thing.
Okay.
Sure.
One more fact is we've invested somewhere between $6 million and $7 million. But we've got a very vested interest in this, obviously, along with you all, to make this work. And in our development agreement, there's some upside if we develop the other 3. So there's strong incentive to finish the job that we all signed up to do.
My question is why hasn't it been done already?
It's the real estate market.
It's the real estate market?
It's the real estate market. So
Because I have developers coming in here,
the
they're screaming to build in Kennedale, and I've said no tonight to 2 properties.
well, retail along Kennedale Parkway is if you look up and down between Mansfield and 20, there's some strong retail right up at, obviously where
QT?
QT and McDonald's and Burger King, I guess. But it's not in any new development between there and pretty much all the way down to Mansfield.
Because it's not sitting at a highway intersection.
Yeah.
They have to come down a road a little bit.
One thing that we were bullish on when we bought into this in 2015 is the fact that there's, at that time, 16,000 cars going up and down Mansfield Highway. It's just been difficult to get them to stop.
Got it. All right, thank you. If anyone else.
Councilmember Degenhart.
Mr. Hughes, I have a question for you. What are the ramifications if this isn't approved tonight? What happens next? Just so I have a global understanding of your current situation and where the chips would fall if that was the direction that things headed.
Well, we wouldn't be able to get the financing refinanced. So we've got a bank that's loan is matured. And we've got another bank that couldn't do the loan without a deed of trust. So we're going to be in a limbo. We've got, $7.5 million invested. And I don't know what the bank would do, but there's a lot of money outstanding. I don't know that people would just walk away.
As a follow-up to that, can you talk a little bit about the value of the property increasing with the improvements that you're proposing to do through this deed of trust?
So when you have an empty building that costs $3 million to build, it's worth $3 million. Once you get tenants in there and it's an income producing asset, then it's like a bond. You can cap out the rate and the value. If you lease it right for enough money, that value of that will go up. But we've got appraisals, obviously, with Valiant's ready to close. They had to get appraisal on all this. And the appraised value is going to be significantly more than what they're loading us on. So to your point, that empty building is worth $2 million today. Once we get it full and income producing, maybe it's worth 2.5.
Okay, thank you.
So it will definitely improve the value.
That's
Lease
all I have
building's
tonight.
always much better than an empty building.
Certainly.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you. So I just wanted to be clear, and obviously you and I had the opportunity to speak last night at
Yes.
the EDC meeting, but I just kind of wanted to hit on a couple points. you mentioned that you have 2 new leases, is that
Yeah,
correct?
Yes,
And one of those leases is for an event center, so that's a brand new lease, brand new clientele.
that's correct.
Lessee. The other lease would actually be Emery Grace, just moving to a new building,
Right.
right? And then I think you told me something about,
Bravo Eats.
and they would be moving where?
Backfilling where Emery Grace is leaving.
In building 5,
And that's actually building 7.
7. Okay, I'm sorry.
So the current Emery Grace Hair Salon, when she vacates, it's like 1,200 square feet, 1,100 and change. Bravo Eats is busting at the seams, so they want to turn that into a dining area. And they actually want to expand their kitchen.
Expand out. Okay. So,
So we would net increase with that shuffling.
so kind of the way that works in my head though, is there's really only one new lessee. There's only one new tenant, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm just having a problem understanding how approving this agreement with Valiance, how it would benefit Kennedale.
But we couldn't, we don't have the money to expand Emery Grace into that new building without it. Each of those spaces, I think I sent Leslie, I don't know if she shared it, but the cost to finish out 1,500 square foot spaces, 104,000
Right.
each. The 2 end caps are a little less, at 95, I think, because you only have one side of a demising wall. And that's just to put, that's just to put in what we call a white box.
Hmm.
Right now it's shell, you go in with the drop ceiling, you put the HVAC, you put the electrical system, you put the restroom, you paint the walls. And then each tenant generally comes in and finishes it out for their use. So Miss Holderman is gonna put $15,000 of plumbing and hair wash bowls, that kind of thing.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is my concern is that even if that building had been built 3.5 years ago, why wasn't it finished out 3.5 years ago or 2 years ago when you realized it was a problem? What I foresee happening is these buildings sitting empty for another 5 years. And I just don't see how it would benefit Kennedale to have empty buildings for the next 5 years.
Well, so that's the age-old question when you build a brand new building. Do you take a guess and build 4 1,500 footers, and then somebody comes in and wants to put a 3,000 square foot restaurant in there, and then you have to tear all that out? Or do you, which is what we tried, and it didn't work. So we got to try something different. And it helps if you've got 2 lead tenants. So we now know we've got a 1,500 and a 1,700, whatever it was, 1,680. So now we know, okay, we at least know that if we build these out, we can accommodate 2 tenants, and then basically the leftover is a reasonable size. They're both around 1,500, 1,600, 2 spec suites that are on the end, which are generally the more valuable ones. Got more windows, more presence. So those are usually, all things being equal, you want to be an end cap instead of an interior space, most tenants. So we're putting our money where we're putting our money on the line. We're going to make it happen.
Okay, Councilmember Mitchell. And Mayor Pro Tem Joplin.
I appreciate you trying. I really do. I remember sitting down with you in 2017. You remember me
Yeah,
when we
yeah,
met?
absolutely.
And you had, such confidence and faith and, what this was going to do. It didn't quite work out that way, did it?
It didn't. I think we're getting there now, but it's taken a lot, painfully long. We feel it in our pocketbooks.
Yeah.
I mean, empty buildings.
Yeah.
Costing $6,000 or $7,000 a month for that building to set. It's not fun.
Have you ever considered reducing the amount you're charging to get tenants in?
We have, in the board meeting, when we had Robert Lynn, NAI Robert Lynn, we told them, if there's anybody that has an interest, don't let price stop that deal.
Well, interesting. Have you run into, because there are just issues with town center. I mean, it's, everyone knows it, anyone that's here, we just know the issues there. Parking being one of them. Have you, has that been an issue with people coming in, being interested in that space?
That's probably been a challenge with building 6. I mean, we inherited the pad sites. We didn't, you know, it's kind of in that little triangle. And so the parking, we've got generally parking in the, we've got above zone or zoning parking, but it's not necessarily convenient to building 6. We've got 32 parking spots in between the Antique Mall, building 7 and building 6. That you have to walk a little bit, but most of the parking's in the middle. I mean, it is what it is. We didn't,
Yeah, there's a lot of it. It is what it is, right?
right,
Yeah,
so we,
it
you know,
is.
we bought into it,
She
you know,
did.
was that, you know,
Yeah.
we question ourselves, you know, about it, but again, we're, you know, with the pandemic, we're seeing a lot better retail activity than we've seen in 3.5 years. So we're bullish. We're seeing deals, and I think if we had 2 spec suites, we could capture some of these deals that are, you know, considering us in other locations around the community.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Yes, Mr. Dagenhart.
I have one follow-up.
Sure.
With the build out of these new spaces, what would your strategy be moving forward to backfill the other vacant spaces that you have? So hypothetically, we would be 51% leased, there's 49% remaining. What's your
Right.
strategy to go ahead and get people in those doors to lease it up 100%?
So one thing that we're really pushing for is a mobile phone. I think we have Metro PCS is just up the street.
Yep.
You know, we'd love to have an AT&T or Verizon. I'm not sure that's possibly in the cards, but you know, a Cricket or, you know, T-Mobile or one of the other Sprint. I guess Sprint's not around anymore, but that end cap that right at the entry would be perfect for, you know, a visible phone company. We've been actively pursuing phone companies. We've got a Cricket Wireless in one of our, it's one that I've built and that I don't have ownership in it. We've been pursuing them to come to Kennedale and open up a second one. He expressed some interest, but we're still working on him. But I think, you know, and we need you know, a hamburger concept. We could use a pizza concept. We've got a grease trap in building 6 that none of the 2 current tenants would need. So we've talked with Ben Begoli, who is the owner of Chicken Express. He's expressed an interest since he's here already to open up a pizza concept. His manager at one point wanted to put a wings and pizza and things in half of building 6. His grandfather was one of the first Pizza Hut franchises. He was a 40-year franchisee, and his uncle was another 30-year franchisee, and they were going to back him, and unfortunately got cold feet and backed out. So believe me, we're out there pushing.
Sounds like you've got some existing relationships. I guess where I was thinking was building those new relationships with new businesses that, you know, you may not have. You mentioned a failed attempt at hiring a company to go out and source tenants for you.
Right.
Is that something that's in the cards? And I'm truly just asking this for my awareness of
We would definitely,
your vision on how to fully lease the spaces.
we definitely would consider that. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, we had yeah, absolutely. We would.
Just clarification really quickly. Ooh, Lord. Just a wee bit. When Councilmember Degenhart asked you about the deed, if you were to like default on it, what would happen? Would you default? Would Liberty take over? How would that work out? If we weren't to give you this, would you default?
I asked Alliance, how that would work, and she said that, and I need to confirm this, that there's a default would not, the fee simple interest in the land would not ever be, on a default, go to the bank. Is that correct?
Well, the current deed of trust did pledge, at least the version I've seen, it pledged the EDC's fee interest.
She said there's no way that on a foreclosure, should that happen, that the bank could ever take over the fee interest in that land.
The deed of trust, at least the one from 2015, the grantors under that deed of trust were both the city and the EDC. So, and specifically the fee title was pledged as collateral. So I don't know how she's taking that position, that's the rep from Valiance Bank or Liberty.
That's the president of Alliance, Carol McLean.
Okay. Wasn't your question if this didn't go through,
If
what?
we did not grant him this deed of trust and he did not receive, this money, what would happen if we did not get this? Would he default?
Well, and it's not really a Valiance Bank issue. That's a Liberty
I know,
Liberty
that's what I'm
Bank
saying.
issue.
If he
And
didn't get this money,
if you are under default, it would be up to Liberty Bank to pursue their remedies.
Right.
okay, thank you.
So in our development agreement, we have, one of the reasons we entered it, decided to buy into this was that development agreement that has certain representations and obligations on AEDC's part for certain, incentives. And there's a reasonableness that as long as the value of the deed of the loan securing the deed of trust, or that's secured by the deed of trust, is within reason. Would that not be a default on KEDC's part not to be reasonable in granting that?
Well, the agreement states that the corporation agrees in concept to pledge its fee simple interest. Then it says notwithstanding the foregoing, the corporation can pledge a security interest in, the fee. Such approval to be in the sole discretion of the board, which was done last night. But the articles of incorporation for the EDC require council approval for, trusts and loans and agreements. That's why we're here tonight.
So the intent of the agreement is to provide means of getting this financed. If unilaterally one party denied the other party the ability to get it financed, would that not be a default?
In my opinion, no. I think the corporation, by the terms of the agreement, has the sole discretion, which they decided last night. But I think the articles of incorporation require council approval. The agreement's silent as to that, but we're stuck with what the articles of incorporation say.
So
I think the agreement certainly provides an avenue for this to happen. And I think by the terms of the agreement, the corporation did agree in concept. But there's certain procedural speed bumps we have to get through for approval at the council level.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
thank you.
Okay, this time I'd like to open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to authorize the president or executive director the Economic Development Corporation to negotiate, finalize, or execute a deed of trust in the favor of Valiant Bank for the property of the town center. Within
I'll
the
s-
town center.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from council? No, hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Motion passes with a 3-2 vote. Those in opposition is council members Connor and Jacobson.
Good luck, Greg.
Yes. Okay, next item is to consider approval of an interlocal agreement with the city of Arlington for the Sublet Road project and authorize the interim city manager to execute the agreement. Leslie, is your name on this one?
Sorry, let me get to
Sorry.
that point. No.
At the backtrack.
Right. Let's see. All right, Mayor and Council, as you all know, the city of Arlington has a project coming up, and I believe they're breaking ground in January or February to realign Sublet Road and widen it. This interlocal agreement just defines who has different responsibilities and in that process. Part of the right of way specifically is within the city of Kennedale, so it doesn't address, there's no hard cost for the city of Kennedale involved, but of course there will be staff time and maybe some consultant time on the part of Shield or Mr. LeBlanc, so. But the attorney has reviewed it and the engineers have reviewed it, so staff would recommend approval.
And I apologize, it does have Joe Walsh's name on here.
Yeah.
Did you have anything additional to add? Or you good? Thank you. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for a motion.
I'd like to motion. I motion to approve the interim city manager to execute an agreement of an interlocal agreement with the city of Arlington for the Sublet Road project.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor to approve, raise your hand. All in favor, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is to discuss and consider adoption of a resolution affirming the casting of votes for the 2021 Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Leslie.
At this time, the council can decide which of the candidates, there's a ballot in your packet that shows of the 11 candidates. The city gets 5 votes to cast, and you can split them among multiple candidates if you'd like.
Okay, I'll open the floor for a motion.
Never mind.
Well, we usually make a motion second and then discuss
Yeah, so your motion could be all 5 votes for
and then
candidate
fill in the
X.
blank. Yeah.
I'd make a motion that all 5 votes for Gary Lasada.
We have a motion and a second. Now discussion. Councilmember Jacobson. Okay, thank you. Anyone? Okay, hearing no discussion, then we'll go ahead and call for a vote on this item. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Motion approved unanimous. Next item is to consider approval of a resolution amending the certificate of formation and bylaws of the Economic Development Corporation by adding 2 advisory non-voting members and amending requirements for the executive director. Do I have a motion? Or, I'm sorry, Leslie, if you don't mind, go ahead and kind of update what the changes would be.
Right?
Yeah.
Julie, I'll be quick. as council requested, this resolution would add 2 advisory only non-voting places to the EEC board, and it would also allow force the council to appoint someone other than the city manager as executive director.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, any discussion? Yes,
Just want to confirm that this is going to be a non-voting members, correct?
yes, that is non-voting.
Thank you.
Correct? That's what the resolution, yeah, states. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor to approve, raise your hand. All approved. Thank you. Next item. We can. Okay. You need, okay, we're going to take just a short break. It's 9:05.
Sorry. Yes, church and state. And state is about dead. I've done a little too much.
Yeah, as soon as I put that stuff on the table.
Okay, we'll go ahead and it's 9:11. We'll start back up on number 5. Consider making appointments to various advisory boards and commissions, including the Board of Adjustment, Building Board of Appeals, Keep Kennedale Beautiful Commission, the Kennedale Economic Development Corporation, Parks and Recreation Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, Library Advisory Board, Utility and Infrastructure Board, Town Center Development District Board, and the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, number 1 board. Council did meet last night, as stated earlier, to do the interviews and kind of tossed around some ideas on that. So I think the best way to do this is board by board. We'll make a motion per board. That would probably be easier on Leslie to keep up with. So I would like to open the floor for a motion for the Board of Adjustment / Board of Appeals.
At this time, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to have, I cannot say his name correctly, so please forgive me if I'm butchering this. Azam for chair and Kelly Rod as vice chair.
Okay, that's not the items. I'm sorry. We're actually
What am I
making
doing?
the board appointments.
Board appointments?
Yes, that one that you are referring to is item number 6. We're on
Sorry.
item number 5.
My
Just to
bad.
clarify.
I have a question on that. Can we
Yes.
just go through each board and then at the end of it, make one motion? Do we have to make a motion per every board?
Which is easier
just-
for you, Leslie? I thought it was going to be easier, 1 per board. Okay, you're fine. Okay, okay. Okay, yes.
So
You want to
BOA,
start?
yeah, BOA. Position 1 is Azam.
Azam.
Jeff Navarez 2, Kelly Rod 3, Thelma 4, and those are basically as is, so there's no changing on those. Patrick Vader 5, And I think that was it. Anyone else have anything? Oh, yeah, so sorry. Myron Jones 8. So 6 will be removed due to absences. 7 will be removed due to absences.
Okay, so are you suggesting then those positions 6 and 7 to remain vacant at this time?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so place 1, Azam, place 2, Jeff Navarez, place 3, Kelly Rod, and I didn't get place 4, sorry.
Thelma Koback.
Thelma Kobeck, and then Patrick Vader, place 5.
Right.
Place 6 vacant, place 7 vacant at this time, and then place 8 is an alternate position, and that was Myron Jones.
And place 9 would become vacant.
So
Did we
have-
want to move 8 to 6? Move him up?
That would be fine, yeah.
Okay. So we could move Myron from an alternate, move him to position 6, and then we just have alternates. Oh, that's right. He's an alternate anyway. Never mind. I think I went through
Yeah.
this exercise before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't we do this
You're right.
last night?
Yes, we did.
A lot of alternates on this one. Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, next board. Just go in the order that you're listed here. Keep Kennedale Beautiful Commission.
It's always the very last one.
Keep Kennedale Beautiful. Place 1, Carlos. Place 2, vacant. Place removing due to,
I think we decided to move everyone up.
did we?
Yeah.
Because I don't actually have that.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was
there it is.
Wilda 1.
Wilda 1, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Wilda 1. Kenneth Michaels 2. Linda Miller 3. Lori Sanders 4. Kimberly Courtney 5. Carlos 7.
7, correct.
Place 6 vacant.
Place 6 vacant.
8, 9.
8 and 9 vacant. Yes.
Okay, did
Did we
staff
get
get
that?
that? Okay, let's go to the next board. Now it's the economic development.
Next one is EDC.
Yes.
So 1 was Julie Jacobson, 2 Marcel Terry, 3 James Connor, 4 Daryl Tippy, 5 Jared Reeves, 6 Mark Yuri, 7 David Dickinson Cuniff. Cuniff? Cuniff.
Okay, everybody okay with that? Okay, Parks Board, Parks and Rec Board.
Parks and Rec. Place 1, Corey Hines. Place 2, Jeff Navarez. Place 3, Kenneth Michaels. Place 4, Gary Swan. Place 5, Liz McDonald, McDowell, sorry. Place 6, Colby Cowan. Place 7, Ann Beck. 8, 9, vacant.
Everybody okay? Okay, let's move on to planning and zoning.
One was Andrew Makowski, 2 Derek Rubin, 3 Colby Cowan, 4 Kayla Hughes, 5, Harry Clementi. 6, Brent Jones. 7, Mark Perkins. 8, open. 9, David Dickinson Cuniff.
Mayor said that Coke Leach actually reached out to you and was interested in serving on the board. He had the dates mixed up, correct?
He did not reach out to myself. It
Okay.
was to staff.
Okay. So do we want to put him in place 8?
What I would suggest we do,
Coke Leach?
since we haven't interviewed, there were 2 or 3 people that weren't able to come into interview. I would suggest that they come into interview and then we can make sure that they're positioned for the board that they can most benefit from, or that that board can most benefit from. And we didn't get a chance to, there were 2 or 3 of them, we didn't get a chance to interview, but since we do have some open and vacant positions, we could, as we interview them, we wouldn't have to wait a year. We could just interview them and put them in after the interview. So like next month, if someone wants to be interviewed, we could spend 10 or 15 minutes with them, even during a work session, because it's only 1 or 2 people, and then make a decision during that meeting. If that would be
Sounds good.
acceptable.
Leslie, are you good with that? Mr. Dagenhart, you okay with that? Okay. All right, then we'll leave that place 8 vacant then at this time. And let's see, what's the next board on here? The library board, okay?
Place 1, Sarah Johnson. Place 2, Josh Vernocci.
Josh Bernosh.
Place 3, Robert Mundy. Place 4, Tony Brandon. Place 5 vacant.
Okay, the next is the UIB board, the Utility and Infrastructure Board.
Place 1, Andrew. Forgot his last name. Mikulski? Yeah.
Mikowski.
2, Mark
Perkins.
Mark
Perkins.
Perkins.
Thank you. 3, Jeff Navarez. 4, Kenneth Michaels. 5, Daryl Tippy. 6, Marcel
Terry.
Perry. Number 7, Jeff Gregory. 8, vacant. 9, vacant.
Okay, next is the Town Center Development District Board.
Just to clarify, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Mhm.
It was my understanding on the UIB board that place 8 would remain David Green as the alternate.
No, David was,
David was removed due to
No.
absence, or
yeah.
David was removed.
Yeah.
I do believe.
Yeah, absences.
All right.
Okay, so the TDD Board,
Place 1, Mark Erie. Place 2, Jared, and I forget his last
Jared
name.
Reeves.
Jared Reeves.
Reeves, yes. 3, of course, our mayor, Linda Rhodes. 4, Councilmember Gary Mitchell. 5, Austin Dagenhart. non-voting staff to serve as ex de facto. There's no name here. So
And just a side note, a lot of the positions on this board is spelled out. For example, on place 3, it says whomever is the mayor will serve in that position. And there was, I don't have it in front of me, but another one that said a council member spot, just for clarification. So when you hear these
Place-
names.
Place 4 must
and
be filled
5.
by a council member,
4
and
and
place
5.
5 must be filled by a council member. Place 1 must be automatically filled by the EDC president, and place 2 must be filled by an EDC member.
Okay, so with that being said, that on the TDD board, place number 1 is the EDC president. So keep that in mind whenever we get to that agenda item. Okay, so if that changes for some reason, yeah, that will have to be revisited. Did you say place 4 says it must be a?
Yes.
Yes. And, okay, yeah, Mitchell, okay. Okay, good. Then the TERS, the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Board. Zone number 1 board.
Place 1, Daryl Tippy. Place 2, Mayor Pro Tem Jan Joplin. Place 3, Rocky Gilly. Place 4, Jack Wendell. Place 5, Devin Allen, who is the Tarrant County Precinct 2 Commissioner. Place 6, Jill J.R. Labby, who is the Vice President of Communications and Community Affairs at JPS Health Network. And number 7 is Dr. Eugene Giovanni. His proxy is Susan Alanis, and that is the Tarrant County College Chancellor, and proxy is the Chief Operating Officer.
Okay. Anyone else have any input, questions? No? Okay, I open the floor for a motion.
Make a motion to approve as discussed.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Everyone clear on who is appointed to boards? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All voted in favor. Motion approved. Let's go to the next item. Number 6 is consider appointment of a chair and a vice chair of the Board of Adjustment and Building Board of Appeals pursuant to ordinance number 529, section 1C1. Do I have a motion?
Motion is for Azam, thank you, for Chair, Kelly Rod as Vice Chair.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed, raise your hand. Thank you. Okay, motion approved with 4-1 vote. Mr. Mitchell is voting against. Item number 7 is consider appointment of a chair and vice chair for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion. Place 7, Mark Perkins as Chair. Place 4, Kayla Hughes as Vice Chair.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none.
Hold on. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Is there currently a vice chair even on there?
Kayla is
Kayla
currently the
Hughes.
Vice Chair. There is no.
Are we
chair.
on UIB?
No, we're
No.
on P and Z.
Oh, sorry. No wonder I'm. Carry on. You were saying?
We have a
Mark-
motion for Mark Perkins for chair and Kayla Hughes for
Okay.
vice chair for the
Okay.
Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay.
So the motion was made by James Connor, seconded by Julie Jacobson.
No discussion.
Okay, let's call for a vote then. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all in favor, thank you. Now we're on item number 8 is to consider appointment of a chair of the TERS, the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Board, number 1, Board of Directors. Did I miss one there? No, I did not. Okay. Open the floor for a motion.
Motion for Daryl Tippy to remain as chair.
Okay. Have a motion. Do we have a second? Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Hearing none, open it for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. All in favor. Item number 9 is consider appointment of a chair and vice chair of the UIB Utility and Infrastructure Board. Do I have a motion?
Chair Mark Perkins, Vice Chair Ken Michaels.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote with a raise of hands. All those in favor, please. Okay, thank you. All in favor, none opposed. Okay, and then we've already heard the public hearing items, but we will need to go back into executive session at this time. It is 9:30 PM pursuant to sections 551.071 and 551.074. Council will need, we will now go into executive session. Okay, it's 10:54 PM. We shall reconvene into open session. And I'd like to open up the floor if council has any motion they'd like to make regarding executive session items.
I'd like to give the HR director authorization to request services to SGR for city manager.
We have a motion. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion?
Yes. I would like to know that, go on the record, I am not in favor of this at all.
Okay, anyone else? No, okay, hearing no further discussion. Motion is on the floor for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed, please raise your hand. Thank you. You abstain. Okay, motion passes with a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed by Councilmember Connor, and 1 abstention by Councilmember Jacobson. Any further action regarding executive session? Okay, then with no further business to attend, I'd like to open the floor for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made, second. Any discussion? None. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor, thank you. Thank y'all for staying so late.